Okay, here we go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Tridex stream. This one's a long time coming. I'm really excited. So first of all, I want to thank Steve Tufnell for becoming a member. And then say hello to John and 69 Pendolo and Gary and Jokernut and Beartastic. A lot of chatter before stream today. That's awesome. So I probably am going to miss you, but good morning, Colin and Jeff and Tech Dad. Hey, Pushing Plastic. Hey, Bill. I think I said Derek and Gary and DJ Natty and Alex and Linus and Maple Leaf Makers and Squirrel Brain. Welcome. Hey, Doctors Dave, Daniel, Papa Foxtrot, Maker Source, Nathan. Okay. Are we ready? Ben, thanks for becoming a member. Hey, Melting SP. Hey, Tracy. Charlie, honestly, the last 3 streams, as I'm preparing, he's jumping up here, and I'm not kidding. I'm moving around in the workspace, and within like 10 minutes of stream starting, he's jumping up here, ready for his pets. So I think I've trained him, or he's trained me. We are excited. Awesome. So, hey, Leo the Human. Hey, Kenneth. Hey, Dan. Charlie is learning. Yes. Hey, CRS. So, okay. Few things. Tridex. Tridex is a setup by Eddie the engineer. If you're not familiar with Eddie, he is a member of the Voron team. He was the custodian of Voron 1 before he allowed me to take over when we released Trident. So one of my favorite people in the group for sure. I'm gonna link to his channel here and post this in the, because he has a lot of cool content. Oop, well, that was weird. Did that not work? We'll see. Let's try this again. There we go. So, notification worked, awesome. Hey, Nick. Hey, RZ3D. So, CAN bus content, some more technical content, and Trident or Tridex stuff will show up here. So, the project is hosted on GitHub, and I'll post this link as well. And Charlie is being in need of attention. So this is the GitHub. We'll go over this and we'll refer to it. Today is mostly going to be prepping the printer that I'm going to convert to Tridex. So taking it apart, kind of taking the opportunity to go over and see where any kind of wear points are over the past year, because this is the Trident that I built. The first thing I streamed last year, September, is when I started that build. So yeah, let's get Charlie back on stream. Let's see if I'm missing anything. Good morning, Chris. Calibrating my Tridex was a pain in the butt. Yep, and we're gonna go through it, I hope. Hey, Kelvin. Derek, thank you. $10. Let's be clear, Eddie is a mad scientist. This is true. Be careful, Steve. We have no idea what kind of nuclear energy the Tridex might give off. I'm prepared. And ethanol. Option 350Z, thanks for becoming a member. Love the thumbnail pic. Looks like my Stealth Burner Face Silver and Hilbert Curve first. Oh yeah, I've been doing that Hilbert Curve first layer since V0.1 was released. I love it, especially with silver. Silver or any material like that, it really pops. Hey, Jordan. Matthew Barden, thanks for becoming a member. And I missed a thanks. I want to thank Pushing Plastic for gifting memberships. Sorry about that. Okay, we have a bunch of things. Oh, let him get down. He is on to his cycle of things. Want to go over the build, kind of the parts I'm going to use, and then we can get started. Hey, Lester. Hey, Christian. Before we get there, I wanted to show off, because I'm pretty pleased with it, the build from yesterday. Finally finished the 3D set. So the first part of this build is public, under Charlie's Angels number 4, I think. And yesterday's stream will go public next month. But it turned out really nice. This is the 3dsets.com Sandy model, and it works. I drove it around. If you check my Twitter, you see a video of it driving. It needs a few little things. I forgot to print taillights. But it is a cool model. So I just wanted to do a little bit of showing off of that before we get started. Hey, Yuan. Hey, FBWA. You lost an eyeball. Oh, man, it did. It's one-eyed Sandy now. Hey, Malfrey. I'm irritated the gifting memberships is still only available on desktop. That's weird. Monkey Butler Labs, thank you for gifting the memberships. Printingstein, thanks for becoming a member. I need to do a better job of keeping up. Okay. Let me put this away somewhere else. And while I'm over here, let Charlie out. Go. So that's step 1. We figured this out yesterday. Eat, litter box, sleep. So let's see how many cycles of that we go through today. Hey, Joseph. Hey, 3DP. Okay. We have stuff. I guess the first thing I'm going to do, I'm taking down a working printer to do this. Probably my most reliable printer at the moment. So let's shut it down and move it. BT, orange. I need to change that homepage. I don't really need to see whatever news headlines they want when I open a new tab. So let's go ahead and shut it down. Where are we at? Host, shut down. Printing Design member for 5 months. Membership didn't go away, it said renew. Interesting. Okay, let's let that finish its little cycle. Here, there's a slight rattle somewhere in my toolhead that I can hear while homing. It's driving me crazy because I can't find it. Interesting. Stop? Stop what? What am I missing? I'm taking a good printer down. Yes. But only because you have the 350 Trident frame you are sharing with Jared. Yes. Yep. Offer up a sacrifice. Well, it's shut down. So. Printingstein, thanks for gifting the memberships. And Alex, thanks for gifting the memberships. Okay, let's see. Can we go here? Here we go. So it is, let's get this stuff out of the way and power down. I am going to just set it right here for right now while we go through other parts of the build. It's a little dirty. It's gonna get refreshed. So, other parts of the build. I have collected things over the past year. A dual MGN12 X-Rail I got from LDO. Oops. And an extra orange 350 frame. Fresh. So So the idea is the build area, the frame will be a 350 wide by 250 deep. And then the build area is gonna end up, what is it, about 225 in X and 250 in Y? So. Okay, let's leave that in there. We may get to opening that box and selecting the stuff today. Are you coming in or are you gonna stay out? It's up to you. You're not ready? Okay. Is orange the new black? Sure. Yeah, this orange is an awesome color. Is anyone offering a Trident 350 cube anymore? Did they ever? I don't know. That's a big Trident. So then you can also build a 250 wide and 350 deep Trident. Yeah, I suppose so. Will Eddie be visiting? Maybe. I don't know what he has going on today. So, parts. I will be getting a crash course in CAN. So I'll be using these Mellow, Fly, Stealth Burner, whatever they call them, CAN tool head boards. Using 2 of these. And now it's Charlie scratching at the door, so give me a second. Come on. There you go. LDO does do a 300 cube. Yep. That's what we built on stream back in May and June. This should be called Tridex. It is called Tridex. So, Mellow Fly SB 2040. Okay. It has the little Raspberry Pi connector, and I haven't actually looked at them. So they sent me these, and then because to satisfy my own kind of quirks, yep, it's a 2040. I went ahead and ordered off their AliExpress page their 8-driver board to use as the main board, and their USB to CAN adapter. And very interestingly, I think I ordered it one evening and I had a shipping notice the next day, so I was pleased with that. It's already in the US, so I should have it in plenty of time. So 2 CAN boards, extra guts for the second tool head, and then these NEMA 14s for the gantry. There's 4 of them. There's 2 for Y and 1 for each X. And these are the taller V0.1 spec steppers, NEMA 14 steppers. Hey Maker Viking, welcome. You're going to run a fan on the SB 2040s? If I need to, we'll see. And then I have a bunch of printed parts. So keeping the same color scheme, KVP Graphite ABS and silver, and this is Novamaker Silver, which is a generic brand off of Amazon. I don't know how widespread that's available, but lots of printed parts. Not as many as you would think though that change. I'll be able to reuse many of the parts. .52mm long NEMA 14s, is that what they are? I believe you. Let's confirm. Yep. Should have it in plenty of time. Find out it's been shipped by UPS. Yeah, no kidding. So I like to I'm starting to keep these project boxes, like things that I have as I'm collecting. I try to put in one spot. Hi, Charlie. It makes it really handy when trying to organize several things going on at once. So, I guess we shall do this. There we go. Okay, put those over there. What do we have? I'd be curious to see the belting done. Yeah, the belting will be fun. I have all fresh belts for that. I need to put those in my project box. I need to find one of those all-in-one boards. I'm using a anemic backbone or whatever it's called because I can't get a Pi. Okay. Fortunately, I have a Pi 4 already in this machine, so I'll be able to keep using that. Hey, Science Sniper. Me against music. Cheers and welcome. So this is no brand new build. This is a conversion of an existing Trident. Correct. I'm gonna unbuild my existing Trident and then rebuild it into a Tridex. Gary, thanks for the gift and membership. Oh, other parts. So starting with Heart K and Eddie and Wiley, these I have to reprint most of the skirts anyway because of the width. So I decided to do this cool mesh, little insert mesh, and I really like that look. So, but I wanted to take a little bit of a related sidetrack here today. I want to show you how I did this, which is kind of neat, using some of the newer features of Fusion 360. So I hope you don't mind a little bit of a detour, a related detour. We're gonna actually go into CAD, and I'm gonna show you super simple. It is so easy to do that. As long as Fusion 360 is what we're gonna use. I'm sure other CAD packages, I just don't know what process in those. But the key thing that makes this easy is that Prusa Slicer will open a step file directly now, which makes this pretty trivial. Patrick, thanks for the $5. Appreciate that. Let me get caught up. I don't have a Facebook group. No, I try to use Facebook as little as possible. Printingstein, thanks for gifting the memberships. And am I caught up? Eddie's here. Welcome, Eddie. Thanks for being here. We're gonna do a real quick detour, I don't know if you heard, on the process I used to do the cool mesh that you and Heart K were doing. So it shouldn't take very long. I mean, if we time it, I bet you it's between 5 and 10 minutes here. So let's open up Fusion 360. And I'm just gonna grab the Trident assembly. I missed the beginning, too distracted with stepper motors. Derek, thanks for gifting the memberships. Opening up the Trident CAD, and hopefully I think we'll be able to see everything. We can turn Charlie off. We are on step 2 now. So eat, litter, sleep. So he should be settling down here in a minute. Oh, this is taking a little bit. I haven't rebooted this computer in a bit either, so. Okay. We are just going to grab the skirt. So we're gonna export this out of the assembly to make this a little easier to work with. So I'm just gonna right click this and export it into a project in the cloud and not save it to my computer and just export. And that's gonna show up over here once that process finishes. We are testing the Charlie schedule theme. It was pretty much like clockwork yesterday. Okay, with that exported, we can close this big assembly and unload it. And then let's open up the skirt file that we exported. Now it doesn't, for some reason, this file doesn't keep all the location stuff, so, but that's okay, we don't need it. There we go. I didn't double click. Okay, so we have the skirts, and we're gonna do this example on the front skirts. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna expand the front in the tree here, and we'll just do the left one, and I'm gonna do the 350 since I have a 250, but I need 350 wide stuff, so I'm just gonna use that as the example. So I can right click on this and isolate that part, and then this little radio button next to it makes it the active component, and that's kind of important here. So make that the active component, and now we can just zoom in, and we have the 350 front left skirt. So there's like 2 more steps here. If we create a new sketch on this back surface and then finish the sketch, that's all. Finish the sketch. Now we are going to extrude. We're gonna hit E on the keyboard, or we're gonna come up here and click the extrude icon. And now we can choose every one of these hexes that we want to be a different color. Now, an interesting thing here is if you had like a insert for your skirts that you wanted to put in, you could not select one of these and just leave it open. Or if you didn't know which one, you can always cut it out later too. Or you can do it in the slicer. So if we choose all of these, and now the extrude direction is not where we want. So we're gonna say, we're gonna extrude this minus 1.6 millimeters. And that's gonna make a 1.6. You want this to probably be an even divisor of your layer height. So 1.6 with 0.2 millimeter layer heights will be fine. And then over here in the operation, we're gonna make that a new component. So if you make that a new component and say, okay, and I left that one open just to show. If you expand this 350 skirt, you'll see a new component, and I'm gonna rename this. I'm just gonna click on it. You could right click and rename, and I'm just gonna call this inserts, okay? One more step and we're done. Right click on the 350 skirt at the skirt level so you get everything. Right click on this skirt, and we're gonna export this. We're not gonna save as mesh, we're gonna export this as a step file. And we're gonna name this front left 350. So I know what, and we're just gonna export it to my downloads folder. Where's Charlie? Oh, he's spending some time. So now we're done with Fusion 360. Let's go ahead and, I'm gonna minimize it just in case. Now let's pull up Prusa Slicer. The really nice thing about Prusa Slicer being able to import a step file like this now is you don't have to trick, let's change my printer settings, because right now I'm on a dual printer. Let's just go to like the Trident 300. You don't have to trick it by saying you have multiple extruders. So see, we have one extruder, and now if we go back to the platter and we open, we can add the file, and we can add this step file directly. If we open that, it's gonna come in not in the correct orientation, and you see that missing hex that we intentionally left out, and then we can place on face. So now we have our step file in the slicer, and if we slice this, it would slice with all our normal settings. But if you notice over here, and let me get rid of YouTube chat for just a second. If you notice over here, we have a front with 2 different pieces. We have the inserts and the solid, which is the skirt. So we can do print modifiers on just the inserts. And I'm gonna turn YouTube back. Can I turn it back on? I'm gonna leave it off for a minute. I'm gonna leave it off. If we go to right click on this little gear, and we're gonna add settings. We can do layers and perimeters, we're gonna change. So all those inserts, I'm gonna change to 0. So 0 top, 0 perimeters, and 0 bottom layers. This is exactly what I did for the inserts I just showed you. And then we're gonna add infill options, and we're gonna say 30%, but I think 25 might actually look better. If I was doing it again, I'd probably go a little different. And then honeycomb. Now, if we slice this, hey Bruno, hey Zero G. So if we slice this, you see we have, it's not the right angle, it's kind of skewed. It's at a 45-degree angle and we need to fix that. But if you look at all this, it's nice, it works. Something I forgot to mention when we were in Fusion 360 is you don't have to worry about the chamfers. You don't have to delete the chamfers. It doesn't matter. It's not, it means that there's some overlap between the two objects, but as far as the slicer is concerned, it doesn't matter. So if you want now this to be straight, a straight hex, then I was blocking the settings I changed. Oh, well, let's get rid of all the things. Here we are. So I added layers and perimeters and changed it to 0, and then I changed the fill density and honeycomb. Now there's some additional, if you go here, those are the main print modifiers, but if you go to more settings here, we can go to infill and we can change the fill angle. And you can go in here and play with this, but 90 degrees works well for these hexes. And then the other thing I want to do, because I think it makes it look a little better, is if I go in here and go to add settings and extrusion width, I can change the infill extrusion width to make it just a little stronger. And I'm going to change this to 0.5. And now we can slice and you'll see what this looks like. And then we have straight hexes. And the last thing you do is go in here and go to the layer you want to do a filament change on, which is going to be 1.8, right? Because we're at 1.6, so we want the filament change at 1.8, and you just click the little plus to do a filament change, and then you'll see, you can see the image here that shows. And then in your, if you're using most of the setups we do, if you go to custom G code on the printer settings, you want the color change. Instead of M600, you'll probably want to change this to pause. So I don't know how long that took, but I thought that was a really, now that you can import a step file, it simplifies this process so much. And if you really wanted, say you wanted to do 2 of these, you can go over here to the inserts and, or is it here? And split. We can split to objects, and then you can go through here and find the insert. Say you didn't want that insert there, you can just delete it in the slicer. You don't have to go back to Fusion 360. So, a little bit of CAD work, little tip. So, now make those Steve Builds logos, it would fit. Okay, moving on. Let's get to the build, or the unbuild. And if I missed, because I was paying more attention to the shared screen, if I missed something you want me to answer, please say it again. I didn't intentionally, it's just hard to multitask. I've had that exporting is no longer available on the free version of F360. You should still be able to export as step. If not, then I'm not sure. I have a startup license. So once again, this is what we're just explaining how to do. It's strong. I only did 0.8 millimeters on here. I think if I did it again, I'd probably go 1.6, but this'll be fine. And Eric Q. Put these away. Yeah, you could play around with the support style too for different looks. Absolutely. They went back on not allowing, oh, okay, so they do allow it, good. They should. So, good, 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 good. Whew, I guess let's start taking it apart and really create a mess of my work area. Ugh. So hopefully, I mean, this is just kind of a hangout and unbuild, so hopefully we'll get to some assembly, maybe start assembling the frame. So I have a cap on the amount of progress I can make today. I ordered custom panels, but I got my order in late and they won't be ready till at least next week. Hey, PF Dennis. Is there a bomb for the conversion? I don't know if there's necessarily a bomb. Are you still around, Eddie? Ooh, I've attracted the bots. Give me a second. I'll get those. We got them the other day too. So, oops. Okay, they should be gone. Did you charge up? Yes, I did. You know what? I did. Although this, let's see. I did charge it. Although for panel clips, it's just a real quick. There's a, in the documentation folder, let's check. So if we go to the GitHub, and actually I might pin this because we're probably going to refer to it. Let me put this in and pin it. Pin that message. So that is the link to the GitHub for the project. Let's go over this a little more. So Tridex, dual extrusion on the x-axis. Overview, the primary purpose. Printer is to enable dual material prints for soluble, removable supports. Specifications, oh, build area. Single tool head, 225 by 250 by 250. Dual head tool head is 205 by 250 by 250. So I said 225, 205 is closer. You almost got me there, Kyle. So no need an expansion board for the Tridex. I'll go with CAN bus. Yes, CAN bus. Otherwise you need 4 steppers for the gantry, 3 steppers for the Z, and then 2 steppers for the, so you're at 9, and most boards cap out at 8. So CAN bus is really a benefit here. Because of the extra weight and stuff here, it's recommended. I don't know if, I think the input shaper is working better, so these numbers can be a little higher than on the acceleration, but you're not going to print as fast as on a single tool head machine. And it's based on the official Trident release files. Now, apparently there's a documentation folder, and there is a bill of materials and assembly instructions and this kind of stuff that I think is there, but in progress as well. Mello makes a 9-stepper board. The other problem is having that many wires flying around in the chamber, that thick of a bundle of cables. So that's the other benefit of going with a CAN setup. Okay, Charlie wants out again, so he's broken the pattern. Broke the pattern. He's being contrary is what he is. You also have NEMA 14, so that will be the limit. Well, you have two NEMA 14s for the Y, so one for each side, and then a dedicated NEMA 14 for each X. Hi, what is the advantage of this printer compared to other Vorons? Dual material, true dual material. Ew, messy. Hey, Russell. I've had, I don't know if you can see it, but I've had some of the insulation creeping on this apparently. So it'll be good to redo it all. There we go. Yeah, Charlie is surprisingly contrary. Messy, messy, messy. A year of printing. Big NEMA 14 1.8 steppers have similar torque to a 0.9 NEMA 17. Trident you're breaking down is, yes, it's a 250. So this is the first, so this is the second Trident I built. This is true. That's just Charlie's being a cat. This is where he shows his cat side, and usually he shows his dog side. They are the same stepper. That's the latest steppers used in 0.1, the bigger ones, the 52 millimeter ones. Okay, the top panel. Oops, missed one. The top panel, the the foam tape creeped a lot. Hey, Krasimir. Wow, 250 people. Clean my 2.4 once a month. I like seeing through the acrylic. Yeah, that's true. I also put inserts in the extrusions so I don't get an accumulation of debris. I use the open builds inserts. Okay, let's take the, let's see, some LED wiring, and I guess I'm just gonna take these out. You guys aren't getting any kind of view of that. It just doesn't really matter. Put the foam tape on the frame. I do put the foam tape on the frame right here. But otherwise on the oh, there goes all those. Otherwise on the panels seems easier to maintain and keep clean and replace it when needed. There's one LED strip. I think Tridex is actually a Cartesian motion system. Yeah, it's not Core XY, because you have individual steppers per thing, per axis. I don't remember what the stuff is called that's recommended for, I'm just dropping those all over the place, that's recommended for cleaning the acrylic. That insert tip was awesome. Thank you so much for that. Awesome, I'm glad you appreciate it. Let me know how it works out. Anybody who tries it, let me know. It's not anything I came up with. It's just what I used after hearing the step import was a thing. Was that the, yes, that's, I mean, this is almost exclusively Prince ABS. So that's the ABS haze. I have some little of those inserts up here that are holding the wire in place. They have to go. There we go. We use a lot of print volume with a 250 frame. So we're making it a 350 wide by 250 deep. So even though we're making it 350 wide, it could go another little bit. That's just the frame, the common frame size and rail size. Hey, PJ. So 205X is what we'll end up with on a 350 frame, but we'll get the full 250 in Y. But we need room on either side in order to do wipes, the nozzle wipes and stuff like that anyway, so. The X position for the tool heads rely on the Y motor position. Oh, right. It's not Core XY and not Cardassian. It's called hybrid Core XY and Clipper, and it's similar to the dual Mark Forged kinematics. Okay, thanks for that clarification. I am switching out the frame, yes. Parts of the frame. All of the Y direction extrusions. We'll be cleaning things out. So let's get this rear panel off. Did I get the rest of those? No. All the stuff. Will LDO come out with this kit? I'm not sure. PJ from the Netherlands, hello. Okay, and then the rear exhaust housing, which I won't be reusing. Yours is a 350 by 350 frame with a 300 bed. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, do we have everything? Oh, we don't have music. Why don't we have music? Oh no, there was just a pause in it. Never mind. So the plan for this build is to go as far as is reasonable for each part. But depending on if I need to wait for a part or if something's going to be changed, I may sidetrack into another build in between. We shall see. I want to get it up and running, so I'll do it as efficiently as I can, but it's possible it might not be a continuous weeks build like most of them have been. Right now, this is only Trident, JC. What is holding on that? Oh well. We still have the occasional stutter. I don't know what's going on. It's the same network. I might have my bit rate set too high. Is it distracting? Hopefully it's not too distracting. go. Panels are all off. I chose a 300 bed, then build a custom size frame around it so I can get full build area with either tool head. Yep. I just want to keep the orange frame. Haven't noticed any stutter. It's come up and warned me that it might be stuttering. So no, not distracting, only occasional and hardly noticeable. Awesome. Okay. Let's go back and pull this out. Oh, there's Charlie. So now he wants in. No. Oh, and we got more bots. Did I get him? Or did I accidentally? Oh, good. I got the right ones. Okay, so let's pull the bed out of here because I have these Mandela mounts, and if I forget and try to turn this thing on its side, that's not going to be a good time. So pull that out and zip ties to cut. Where's the frame from? LDO. So this was one of their test frames because I got it like less than a month after we announced Trident. So they sent this to do this and rails and steppers to do a build on, and it was my first build stream. So watch the side clip, it fell to the floor. Yeah, I'm gonna be finding parts for this probably for days. What do I? Is that a ground for the? Oh, they are being persistent. They are being persistent. Did that work? Yep. Okay, and that, so now is the bed ready to come off? There we go, nice. So I actually had this bed custom cut at Mandela Roseworks. Oh, hi, Charlie. I had notches or angles cut in the front so I could easily grab my Prusa bed sheets, and I had extra holes drilled here for the locating for the bed sheet. So I actually lose Y anyway, but I really like these Prusa sheets. What else was, oh, and the magnet here is failing. It's a Wham Bam magnet. I wouldn't necessarily say it's indicative of them, but it is coming unglued, so I need to swap that out as part of this build. Interesting, the bots appear in the video feed and not in the YouTube chat, because when I hide them, they go away. They have shown up. They showed up. Hey, Charlie. They show up in the chat. That they just it doesn't disappear, I think, from the video feed. Okay. Let's go ahead and, okay, this needs to be silenced. Let me silence my watch here. Sleep. Do not disturb. Okay, good enough. What, did Niraku say something? Those kinematic joints worth it. They've worked fine. The only thing that annoys me is that I have to pay attention. I have to secure the bed before I work on it. Otherwise, they've worked fine. Nope, we've got tool head. That's hilarious. Hey, Jeremy. Okay, let's see. I do not use a tool head board on this. I'll have to completely redo the wiring. But one of the so nice things about Stealth Burner is a lot of connectors can fit underneath this cover. So. Ooh. I have a Graviflex magnet that will be going back on here, Steve. Does Charlie try to sneak into printers when they're running? No, I've only caught him laying on top of a printer once. Otherwise, he leaves them alone. Have we got a better date for mini Stealth Burner than soon yet? No, it's still soon. That is the optional step 4 for Charlie. Get in the way for attention. Yep. You go in CAN anyway, so it's just 4 wires. Yep. And it'll be umbilical as well. I won't be running the chains. I will probably, unless I come up with a different idea, continue just to run the Dragon on tool heads or extruders. Those Eddie already has models for them, so I don't have to have something custom made or make something custom. I don't know what long-term I'll end up using. I may end up trying to throw Revovorons on it, but we shall see on that. Okay, all of these, oh, one more. PF Dennis, thanks for gifting the memberships. What can cause issues with afterburner motors binding? What can cause issues with AB motors binding? So I'd be looking for, so on an afterburner, if you're thinking afterburner, the stepper motor has some adjustment to, so you can set the mesh between the output gear from the stepper and the Bondtech plastic gear. That would be the first place I would look at. I am using, this is the first printer that I used genuine IDEX cable chains on. I'll end up reusing this on something else, I don't know what. And it is also the first printer I did a pre-made harness on. Lineo sent me this harness, which was neat because it has orange accent wires. Oh, the AB binding on the AB motors. Oh, the gantry motor. Sorry about that. Thanks, Asa. I would be looking at belt paths, make sure the pulleys are lined up. What electric pencil screwdriver do I use? This is a ES15. This is the ES15. Okay. Let's pop all of those out, I guess. So this way or this way. There we go. I think. Which way does that go? Are you doing end stop switches or sensorless? Imagine sensorless. No, we're doing end stop switches. It is, that positioning on IDEX is critical. Why are those not, what am I doing wrong here? There we go. Let's do it that way. Bye, Charlie. With the same harness, yeah. Any chance for IDEX on the 2.4s are too heavy? I don't know if it's too heavy. It's just a matter of adapting all of the, making things fit. I think the belts in the rear is probably the biggest pain point there. Are you still around, Eddie? What do you think? Having to deal with the Z belts. Yeah, you need that repeatability of an end stop, of a physical end stop. Well, that's interesting. I had ran some. Hey, Jason. I'm personally not a fan of sensorless. So I'm not a fan of sensorless when you have to trigger, when it's critical for you to hit a target, like the Z end stop. If you're not using that and you're just gonna use the probe as end stop, it's more okay. Okay, more zip ties. Try not to cut my harness. I don't know if I'm going to end up trying to reuse this harness on another build or not. Seems a shame to not. Need more Vorons in Europe. Sensorless is also not great when an axis is moved by more than one motor. I mean, we're running sensorless on the V0 and it works fine. Without it being perfectly tuned, you end up with a shift in one axis sometimes as it bumps into the end. It's just so dependent on tuning, and I don't know how much it depends on temperature, if that's too much of a factor, but. In line at a breakfast restaurant, so no audio, but had to drop in and say happy Sunday. After drooling over the post from Eddie on his build, I'm very excited. Yes. Hey, Modbot. Representing. Since you can't hear, I'll show. Okay, so that's there, and what do I have here? Oh, there's the screw I left. You just exported a step file from the free license of Fusion 360. Awesome. Thanks for the confirmation. kinematics of the slider by Rich Wrap 3D based on an unnamed pen plotter design. It's an H layout that could be adopted to IDEX pretty easily. There's quite a few, there's several ways to approach this, for sure. Okay. Almost. Let's harness. Okay, steppers. I guess I can, you know, I want to be able to see that a little better. Don't need to be cutting my wires. Oh, Jason, 1999. Do you prefer a Tridex upgrade kit or a complete Tridex kit? That's a good question. That's a good question. What do folks prefer? Okay, let's pull the rest of this tool head off. Oh, I got grease from somewhere. I have a napkin around here. Here we are. Got it from the lead screws, I'm sure. A complete kit, both. Here, I've never done a poll. I've never done a poll. Create a poll. Huh. And then how do I add an option? Actually, let's complete upgrade. Let's see, can I remove that option? Let's see what that comes up as. Upgrade. There. I've never done a poll. Did that work? Oh, everybody's telling me to do a poll. There we go. Driosynth, thanks for becoming a member. Oh, I could have done both. Well, let's see. If you had to choose, that's kind of the point, right? If you had to choose, what would you prefer? If you had to choose. Okay. Would it be possible to sell it as a separate kit that could be bought alongside a normal Trident at a lower cost? Did I spell everything okay? Complete, upgrade, do you prefer complete? Yep, I think so. Uh-oh. They are persistent. Okay, how do I've got my, here, let me move this. My chat window is wide, so I'm always worried I'm gonna hide someone else's posts instead of the bot. There we go. Persistent. How are we doing? How are we doing? We've got complete is 2 to 1 over upgrade. Hey, Jared. Awesome. Jared's here. He can take care of the bots. Okay. Let's take the Z-axis off. Give ourselves some more room. It's so easy to take off. I don't know why I didn't just take it off in the all as one assembly. Honestly, I have to see how it prints first and then decide for sure. Hey, Golden Jaguar. There we go. A big part off. In my opinion, upgrade kit, most people that will want to build one after a regular Trident, not as a first step. Well, now that Jared's here, they're gonna be intimidated. That's my guess. Okay, so we're kind of at the point here where part of this, I wanted to evaluate how this is doing after a year. So far, we haven't really taken anything apart that would have, I guess we can look at I used IDEX spherical bearings on this, so we can look at those, but not much else of it that we've taken apart so far, aside from the foam in the panels, would indicate where. I get debris in here, but it still moves fine. That moves fine. So after a year, the IDEX spherical bearings seem to be fine. They don't move much. The printer spends 99% of its time in a trammed state. Not a whole lot else to really look at for that. The rest of the gantry, I've got some definite wear in or at least belt debris. Let's see if I can pull this up. In the idler here, you can see some black there. But everything is running, not riding up or rubbing on the bearing stack, so that all looks good. Hey, Eclipse. You scared me, I just switched to this IDEX one. Oh, the IDEX, I think the IDEX bearings are fine. So let's loosen up. Whew, 274 people. That's high for lately. That's awesome. Hey, Edwin. From Chile, welcome. Wonder how much belt stuff there is on the flange bearings. We'll find out when we pull these out. So that's all loose. Let's take the carriage off. Yeah, I think I can just... Will this be a 3 or 4 motor IDEX? 4. Although it looks like it has been overheated, it's way darker. Well, that is the aluminum idler rubbing off. All of my printers do that. I'm sure all of yours do too. The aluminum on the idler rubs off on the belt. You'll notice it's just in the area that's running across these. I have genuine Gates idlers on here. Any ETA for Trident 350? Are we planning a Trident 350? Yeah, let me see. Go ahead and just pull this through. I don't know if you'll be able to see it on camera, but this area about here to here is darker than the rest. A little darkness here. Nowhere where it's fraying though, so far. Not on that belt anyway. Let's try this one. I'm not feeling any fraying on the edges, so it means my belt path was nice and lined up. Just have the discoloration from these idlers and maybe on the stepper pulleys as well, since those are also aluminum. So it's normal with toothed idlers. My V001 doesn't have that. Yeah, it's the aluminum, I think. I think it's the aluminum. Rebuilding my V0, watching Steve and monitoring the ribs smoking. Yummy. Tridex to Trident conversion kit. Get on it, Jason. Hi, Tiger. This is the first IDEX stream I know of. 270 people are interested in it. Yes. Okay. This is moving well. And there was no, I check occasionally the rocking on the tool heads, and there was none on this. Everything is good. So let's go ahead and take the gantry off. Have everyone applied serial with a Tridex yet? It would get a Trident serial for sure. I don't know if any have. I don't know if Eddie's still here. I'm wondering what the oldest, aside from his, what is the oldest Tridex? I'm sorry, their name. Let me see. What is their Discord name? Trying to find Badmouth. What is your setup? You've had it going for a long time, right? Are you still here? Is it serialed? It's oxidation from the aluminum. Hey, Josh, welcome. Will the upgrade work with the stock Trident frame? Well, part of the upgrade would have to be extended extrusions, additional extrusions to make it wider. Hey, Chris Jennings. Everything looks nice and tight on your teardown. When did you last grease the rail on the X gantry? When I installed it. When I installed it. These are all smooth all the way through. This one is slightly less smooth all the way through, but there's no grittiness. It's just a little tighter than this one. Where did I put my paper towel? Started out as a 1.8, not serialized, okay. Five total extrusions, I think, all the X-length ones. So front, so it's gonna be more than five because it's your main frame extrusions, the rear center extrusion, the X bed extrusion, and the X rail. So 7 extrusions. I can't remember if this was an LDO Trident kit you were converting. It's a combination of self-source and LDO. It's not an actual kit because this was before they were doing Trident kits, but it is a lot of LDO parts. Is there a path to a legacy build in a Trident frame? Not directly. I've seen mods that look really good for something like that. Clicky. So Clicky was a later edition. I think I did this in December on this printer, last December. I've had to change that switch a couple of times. I think I had the glue come loose once too. It was a reason. Hey, Michael. Okay. I need some more. Where is Charlie? Oh boy, I am remiss. He is in his spot. Give me a moment. Let me fix this. There we go. How many Tridents do you have left operational after you take this one apart? The one that I have that's assembled needs work. But I have a V2 that's working well. I have another one that I've had one little glitch, so I'm not 100% confident in it, but I could print to it. And then I have the V0s. So I have plenty of printers. It's still a little interesting taking apart a well-working printer, because this has really been my workhorse. Okay, I guess let's pull the... Where are you? There you are. Z chain. And you have the one that UPS threw out of a truck. Yes, that one I haven't touched yet. That's gonna be a project that I'm gonna have to dedicate some time to. I haven't touched the MRF. The lost Trident is on the list of things to work on. I don't run tooth idlers, but my drive idlers have the same gunk on 2.4. Oh, the drive pulleys on the steppers. That makes sense. Okay. Complete rebuild on this thing. So if you go back to my videos, if you hadn't seen it, the mystery stream that I did, that was inspecting that Trident. There we go. They're in good shape. The other ones, yeah, nice and free moving. This is the second Trident you're unbuilding. Actually, it is. You're right. Why didn't you convert that one instead? Because it's a 300 build and I don't have wide X extrusions in the same color. And I'm still not intending to keep that printer. It'll end up getting back to Jason at some point. I'm gonna fix it and get it back to him. Because I have a 250 LDO kit that I'm gonna build for myself. I like the smaller printer. Yeah. So, okay. Let's go ahead and flip this on its side and inspect the, get to the electronics so I can pull these wires out of the way. The tri-bent, it is the tri-bent, yes. But I think it's fixable. I think it's, the extrusions aren't, they're tweaked, but they're not, for the most part, bent. And those that might be, I think I can locate in areas they won't matter. And I very seriously doubt the bed actually got bent. That's a 10mm Mike 6 plate. There'd be a whole lot more damage to other parts if it hit something hard enough to bend it, I think. Okay. Let's pull some of these wires out, I think. Yes, I do actually run the bottom panel. Always. Yeah, yesterday's stream was a lot longer than I expected it to be. It was 5 hours, but I wanted to get that thing running, so. Okay, bottom panel. Dusty bottom panel. Here is my setup. Octopus, Pi, UHP power supply, and the SSR. And yeah, lots of fur. Lots of fur for sure. All of this is gonna change, so I'm not even gonna worry about documenting anything or noting where I did things. It's just gonna come apart. I never put the bottom on. Come on, Marine Tuck. Bottom panel is critical. Just bought some white ABS panels for my red Trident build from MRW. Trying to decide if I want a third color or not. Red frame, white accents. May do red primary. Fun. Need to lay something on the new bottom panel? Maybe. That's not a bad idea. Anyone happen to have a link to 0.1 dual MGN9 X rails for LGX Lite and Voron Revo? That's pretty specific. I don't know. The extra small hexes may reduce the cat hair incursions. Yes, that's true. Take a photo. Nah, I probably have a photo of this if I look back. It is going to get completely all new harness, all new everything. Yeah, it's Rod. That's actually why I really stress using it. Wow, now I'm hyped up for my printer project next week, converting my 1.8 to Trident. Awesome. And your legacy to a 1.8. Best of luck with the white ABS. Well, Josh, I think he's talking about the panels. They're not printed, unless he talked about printing parts in white ABS. Oh, ASA. Never mind. Never mind. Are there instructions, Bomb, to convert a 1.8 to a Trident? Sort of. There is an extra document in the Trident repo on the frame changes. Otherwise, it's once you make the frame changes, it's all the same. Okay. And then I was running a little harness for the Pi. Let's take the Pi out. And that is, just to confirm, yep, it's a Model 4. I don't know how much RAM it has. Dusty. Dusty. I was running a PT100 on the bed. I would not do that again. It's a little too sensitive. It would cause MCU resets when I'd power on another device on the same mains power circuit. I got around that when I plugged it into a UPS. Then it stopped doing that at least. And that can stay. My local Micro Center have been out of stock the past few times I've gone. Yeah. I hadn't been to a Micro Center in 15 years since they got rid of the one in the Bay Area. And within the last 2 months, I've been to 2 of them. One in LA in the Anaheim area and one in Maryland when I was at Murph. Neither of them had pies when I was at Earth. The conversion dock was removed after the R1 release, really? You have to go to the original? Okay, I might have to fix that. I didn't realize it had been removed. Just undoing everything. And dropping screwdriver and almost hitting Charlie. Oh. Okay. I'm just gonna spread out across the whole workshop here on where to put stuff. Everywhere. Let's pull the harnesses. Okay, is that all of them? Nope, almost all of them. Any others? Hey! It's gonna be a tangled mess too. Where does this one go? Uh-oh. You got him, Jared? Thank you. Okay. That means the main harness can come out of here. Okay, here we go. All the harness. Let's see if I can get this somewhat looped. Yeah, that's not too bad. Oh. Am I missing anything? Jared's taking care of the bots. Steve, you should do a stream and show us how you stay organized. Whew, that is a constant battle. Local Micro Center is 900 miles away. I don't know how far. It's about 400 miles between here and LA? I don't remember exactly. Okay. Hey, see ya, Josh. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. What's this? There we are. I'd like to see of all the various tools Steve uses so I can go spend more money on things. Well, if I do something like that, I'm gonna have to actually set up my Amazon affiliate links. Okay, AC wiring. All the Wagos. That goes. We are almost done. Okay, is that? I've got some LED wires that are going to be a little annoying for a minute. Where does that go? Oh, that's my camera wire. Let's take the camera off. Looking to build a Voron, so 2.4 or Trident, what would be the benefits of each? My biased opinion is the Trident, but also the benefits of the Trident are it's an easier build. It's easier to maintain. It is a rigid gantry, so theoretically could be potentially faster. But reality, I don't know. Okay, I think I can pull the stepper motors out now. Well, the revisions of the canvas boards keep coming. Lots of gotchas people are running into with their configs when blindly following guides. Well, I've seen all the mods for the CAN bus and toolkits. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying it. I haven't, so. Hey, Takuya. Oh, Amazon just had the Molex pin removal tool. I think it's useful. And I think it's, if used properly, it should last a while. I've used it quite a bit. Needs new DIN rails, or is there a printed part to fit the current ones? I may just rotate them to go forward and back. Since I'll have so much room underneath here in Z, I might just rotate them 90 degrees and go between like here and here. That's probably what I'll end up doing. Okay, greasy Z-stepper. Tridents don't break themselves over time. I don't know if that's definitely necessarily a key difference. I mean, your level of success is going to be directly proportional to the care you take in part selection and assembly, right? Hey, Johnny boy. I wish I had gone Trident or V2 over the switch wire. Went switch wire for space reasons. Trident is less parts. Really, the gantry for a V2, you need to spend some serious time on the gantry. To do well. So I have this camera, this wave share camera, which actually failed. I don't know if it's temperature related or what, but it did end up failing. I had made and I've published this on Voron User Mods, a little Z stepper mount that has a channel for the wiring, so it's hidden. If anybody's not seen that before. But now I can pull this USB cable out, and I'll have to replace this camera. It just stopped working. I've been doing well. I've been busy. So much going on. That linear rail feels good. Let's pull this stepper. My V2 gantry I went so far as, oh, Charlie wants out. Let's see if he adds some extra steps in his routine this time. On my V2 gantry, I went as far as mounting a 4th extrusion on the front to get the gantry super square parallel. Okay. Just using that corner piece, my cam, same, changes colors sometimes because of the heat. Yeah. I have it in the top middle of the gantry. Let's get grease all over my fingers. It's the wave share one, Chris. And one more Z-stepper. So wave share, I don't remember the number on it. I think I installed one on my green V2 before this one, and it hasn't failed yet. Broadus, thanks for coming a member. What camera and location would you recommend? Want to put it on my Trident when finished building. There is a wider angle version, similar camera for a better view, but it doesn't come with as long of a USB cable. So you need to figure out that. I don't remember the model numbers on these though. Yeah, I like the front end side up here as well. All these feel good. First membership ever. I am honored. Thank you. What is that? I don't know what that is. Huh. I got a random printed part. I don't know if it's a failure for something and it just happened to fall down onto my workbench. Would you be interested in a CAN bus adapter for your V0 display? I had more boards made than I need. Absolutely, I actually would. I have some, that could actually be useful. Thanks, Victor. That sounds absolutely right on the model. I don't know if that's the wide angle one or the 160 degree one. I think there's a couple of them. I'm putting the little protective cover, that little clear cover that's hard to see. Whew. Okay, electronics is almost completely clear. So let's go back to the gantry. It's much lighter. Back to the gantry. We can pull the front idlers and inspect those. keep having the wide ones go out with heat. Okay. You may have already said, but how much travel does Tridex lose in X? It looks like about 45 millimeters lost in X. Okay. Maybe we can actually get the top camera in view here. That is pretty clean in there. Not a whole lot. There's a little bit of belt residue. I think I installed these back in December. Do you have to completely disassemble it? I think so, because I'm gonna want to re-square the frame. Hey, Andres. Just came home from a trip. Let's do that one and this one. Lost travel is 2 times the tool head width, so around 145. I can even square the frame when it's going to be a rectangle. Thanks, John. We can always count on you. Part of that isn't over the bed, though. Is that right? Is that the key distinction there? Why do you have to re-square the frame? Because I'm combining a 250 frame and a 350 frame. I'm using the X extrusions from a 250 and the Y extrusions will stay from the X extrusions from the 350 and the Y from the 250. Oh, there's Charlie. I'm gonna take the opportunity to let him in and grab a fresh paper towel because I feel like I'm not gonna be done with that. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Hey, Pex Peppers. Okay. Fronts are done. Some grease. That's your replacing extrusion. Yep. Your normal angle wave share is still going strong. Yeah, I've got them installed on 2 printers. Oh, there's Charlie just did the litter box part of the cycle. Let's see if he comes back and goes to sleep. Just joined and saw the poll. Will there be a Tridex kit? Jason was in here earlier. I guess let's see what this looks like. It stayed at a 2-to-1 ratio of complete. I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll. Does it post it in? There we are. You like that, Jeremy? Oh, Charlie wants out. Okay. So we're adding steps. Go. Oh. Is this ready to come out? No, I'm not gonna pull this out yet. Let's pull the rest of the gantry apart. Can we do that? And should we take the Z stuff off completely? Let's take the Z stuff off completely. So you could run an ERCF into one or both of the tool heads if you really wanted to torture yourself. Will the new 350X extrusion also be orange? I have a full 350 orange frame that is going to be the donor for this. So I'll be able to maintain it. It's all from the same batch. It's all from the first test run of Trident frames. Hey, Paul. This was a good printer, and it will continue to be a good printer. That's one reason to use it, right? Got good bones, a good core. Dual ERCF into IDEX, yep. I'm not going to be doing that. I do not think that would be the most fun thing ever. Ooh. I need to get some stoppers for these rails. I keep all these stoppers. Hopefully they fit. There we go. Some stoppers there so I don't lose the carriages. You should take the time later to watch Steve's skirt modeling. Oh yeah, at the beginning. If I was smart, I'd turn that into a full stream. I mean a standalone video. I just discovered pop-out chat. I have to run on pop-out chat. Well, I don't have to, but it makes it way nicer. I have to pop it out to get the address though, for the overlay. I'm just putting bumpers, little stoppers in the extrusions so I don't accidentally throw a carriage off. Use magnets better than stoppers. These are rubber. They fit in here pretty well. I agree that magnets would also work well, but I'd be a little more afraid of knocking a magnet out of place than these. These are nice. These are the ones they came with. Just realizing, did this have the 25 tooth pulleys on it? It did. It does have the 25 tooth pulleys on it. I can see that. They are visibly larger. I keep the stoppers too, I just have no idea where they are. I cleaned up a couple of months ago and put them all in a little container. Funny, Pex Peppers. Okay, now I can pull these off and pull the panel off. Leave soon and catch up later. F1 is starting in a few minutes. Well, thanks for being here, DJ Natty. Are you ready to come in, Charlie? Yes? Okay. I will not. I doubt I'll be streaming in 3 hours. These are being a little bit pain. I will use a magnet suggestion. There we go. I don't expect to be streaming in 3 hours. There is a cap to what I can get done today, and that's all based on the panels. I don't have I don't have all the panels I need to work on the build, to finish the build. But I do want to get to partial assembly of the new frame, because I can get to a certain point on that without having the deck panel. Hey, KB3D. Welcome. Okay. Bottom panel out, deck panel gone. The stack of parts is accumulating. I'll pull these out. Realize the frame doesn't fit the camera view. How is it with all that equipment and parts that Charlie has no automatic cat door? That's a good point. I wonder if I could train him to use it. What do you estimate the total build time will be for this upgrade, provided you had all the parts on hand? Well, it's usually, I mean, as far as my time, streaming time, it would probably be a 7 or 8 part stream series. I think it was 6 parts for building the Trident before. Oh, I've got those. These have a little locking screw in them. I think it was 6 parts plus extras. So it'd be at least a couple of streams beyond that, I think. Are you laser cutting my panels? I am not. So Printed Solid provided the ACM panels on this for the original build. So I went back to Printed Solid for the updated panels. I don't have the space. I don't have the size on my laser cutter, or I don't think I have the size on my MPCNC to do the panels for this myself. Received my serial for Enderwire yesterday. Awesome. Congratulations. Where is, oh, Charlie's doing his business. First a solid, yes. Oh, is that, oh, okay. I have a cat door for mine, but he screams so I can open the door for him. Okay. What are these connectors? These come up through here. No, I don't think so. This one come up. There we go. That wires out. What do we got here? KB3, thanks for gifting memberships. Hey, Andre. And can I get this one out? No, that'll have to wait for that B drive to go out. Whew. We are getting to be a bare system here. Has Eddie released this as a full kit officially? All the files are posted on his GitHub, and that's the pinned post. There isn't really a kit. It's a self-source build right now, but LDO was asking about it earlier, so we'll see. So if you want to, I mean, this is still in development. It is basically, I mean, I think this is working, and this is why we're at this point where I'm doing a stream on it. I've been wanting to build this for a very long time. A very long time. So I'm excited. What am I? Oh. Fine. Oh, come on. There we go. There we go. Before I put these back together, I will probably clean and re-grease all the rails. They feel good after a year, but since it's apart, there's no reason not to. I did input shaper on my ender wire and yes, I did input shaper on the ender wire as well. I still need to follow up on that, but that printer's working well. I did input shaper for the first time on one of my V0s, and that thing is screaming now. Tridex will have to be next year project. Yeah. Like I said, I've been collecting parts on this for the better part of a year. And let's go ahead and pull those. Woo, Y rails. Already have an LDO Trident kit sitting in the box. Last thing I need is an LDO kit. Another LDO kit. My wallet can't take much more. Yeah, they add up for sure. Courier company is way faster, just mentally, yes. Hey, Juan Carlos. You see a black screen? Everybody else is just fine. I don't know what's going on. Refresh. Oh. I've had someone, or one of my family members, try to print ABS on their Ender 3. They bought ABS on it on accident and were wondering why it was jamming. ABS at PLA temps don't work too well. Okay, so we're on a let out, litter box, let out, litter box, and then let out again cycle today. I'm glad you liked it, Daniel. That was a fun build. Dark Dog did a good job on it. Hey, Zombie Hedgehog, welcome. You have signal on the mountain? What mountain would that be? I came close to buying a solid Ford kit last night. Something told me to wait. Is there something, or this telling you to wait, or is there something else going on with those? Whew, all the things. Nero did PLA at ABS temps yesterday. Well, that works better at least. Where should we? Oh, I can prop that up like that and we can pull these apart. I think, yeah. Middle of nowhere, New Hampshire. printed PLA at ABS temps once, a lot of warping, but printed hotter than I would have expected. Printed better, yeah. I've printed on my Mark III Filament Galaxy Black PLA at 235 to get the look I was going for, and it worked really well. It was actually, what was I printing? I was printing these, which were the little lightsabers. And this is Filament Galaxy Black. And I noticed, this is an earlier one, I noticed up here, it was more glossy. And I found if I increase the temperature that much, I could get that glossy look through the whole thing. Not glossy, but more of a satin instead of flat. 235 is standard Filament temp. Mad Chemmy, thanks for gifting the memberships. I printed my 0G Mercury 1 parts on my V0. Cool. If you go fast enough, you hardly notice PLA is way too high of a temp. A lot of the PLA users can go up to 240 though, yeah. What is the benefit of a Tridex, you mean? It is two color, but individual tool head. So you can have true two material since you're not sending the same material through the same nozzle and cross-contaminating it. If you tried to print, say, ABS and hips in something that shares a nozzle, then you do end up with a weaker part on the on your ABS because you're going to get some cross-contamination of that hips in the ABS. And with this, you can print at two different temperatures. Your limitation, of course, is that you're at 2. TPU and PLA works real well. Does TPU and ABS stick together enough to be feasible? I don't know. Does anybody know? I know TPU and PLA works pretty well. Oh, I guess I can take the steppers out. Do people still use hips? It works well for a support material for ABS. Okay, what do we have here? We have some of that, a little bit of rubbing. These are 25 tooth pulleys, and these I turned down on a lathe because there were some clearance issues. They were actually not to spec from the manufacturer, so. TPU will bond well to ABS. That's good to know. And TPU will bond. TPU just bonds to everything. Is that what I'm hearing? What did I hear? That if you wanted to do, you can use PLA and PETG together for support materials because they don't like each other. This one's a little cleaner than the other one. Clearance, clearance. TPU bonds too well to PEI. This is true. But I always use glue sticks, so it's never a problem. Oh, there we go. Okay, that'll be an extrusion that gets replaced. This is almost apart. Hey, Pavel. PLA and PETG are great for zero interference support of each other. I'll keep that in mind and give it a try. Hey, Jared, are you still here? Okay, now the last wire. This is an LDO orange frame. And that doesn't seem to have any excessive residue. A little bit, but not excessive. I've seen that on the hip stuff, even without limonene, it peels away from ABS pretty well. Are you going back with the 25 tooth pulleys on those motors or going with the 16? I'm going with whatever's the recommended Tridex setup. I don't know if it's 16s or 20s, but I won't be doing the 25s. Yeah, all of this looks pretty good. Hey, Colin, welcome back. The printer disappeared, but we got a big stack of, big pile of parts over here. Let's see, right there. Uh-oh. Our friends are back. Oh, you got it, Jared. Thank you. There was a question on the 25 tooth pulley advantage. And if you were here, I was going to let you take that. Okay. Skirts come off. Let's go. I don't think anything's going to be a great view. Maybe this would work better. There we go. Oh, I need the long boy. What you two did to stop them, they've worked out how to get around it, yeah. Because they were gone for a good while. Yeah, we're at just over 2 hours right now, and we've got this almost completely apart. All drivers just showing off. Any normal driver would be fine, but the problem is this is way too short, and this one is realistically too long, but it works. This one's too short because I end up hitting bits of the skirt, and I can't get as good of an angle on it. If I had to, it works, but oh, where'd that go? Okay. Feet. Hi, Tezza. Welcome. This was a 250. Yep. I thought a long T-handle for 2.5 from Amazon worked great. T-handle has enough mass to spin. Yeah, this thing has no mass. It's going to be large in the X. Yep. We're doing all of this so we can rebuild the frame with some new parts. These can come off. And I'll sort out all these printed parts for what I'm reusing versus what's being replaced later. That can stay there. And I'll search my floor for fallen fasteners. Hey, Killer Prince. Yeah, they are way active. Ooh. Thank you, Jared. Where you at? There we are. Yeah, what was the... Do bots count for the engagement algorithm? I'm sure they do. I mean, it's just a message in chat. Okay. Little rail stops. Is that all of it? I guess I'll pull these off. I'll completely strip it. Okay. That is empty. This isn't a conversion, it's recycling of old parts. Yeah. Okay. Let's pull out the other frame and figure out what pieces get reused. That piece can actually stay there. Those other ones could have stayed there too. Let's find out what pieces get reused. Or should we finish taking this apart since we have to anyway? These pieces, this all can stay. So I just have to... move that. Do I have a... I have that tight. Okay. Maybe I have an L wrench that'll work. Do I have an L wrench? Get some more torque on that. I can get more grip on this larger handle, I'm hoping. There we go. Okay, so one out. NH3D, looking forward to this build. Thanks, Steve. Member for 6 months. Thank you. 2 extrusions out. So these are all ones that we're replacing, so. And I don't need to interrupt this spacing, which all seemed to be fine before, so I'm not going to. You need an overpriced YouTuber screwdriver? Well, I did order an overpriced YouTuber screwdriver, but I'm not in the first batch. There we go. There's one. I get mine in November sometime, late November. Okay. So those are the 2 sides. And then we need to pull this piece off because the bottom extrusion here gets changed. Okay, so those get replaced. This is the rear center. I'm going to keep that. I'm not going to take the bed part, this apart, because we're not going to need that for a bit. But I am going to pull this apart and get it disassembled and inspected because I forgot about it earlier. Okay. X gantry. All of my screwdrivers are ratcheting. Your wrist clicks when I twist it. That's funny. Not funny. Funny, not funny. Polar Ted, you are in good company. That is interesting. I'm looking at this and I don't know if it's from the lighting, but look at the fading. It did actually fade. Wonder if there's, oh yeah, you can see it in different spots. I had the LED lighting in there. I wonder if the UV is causing it to fade. Okay. As far as where, can we get some focus? Focus. There we go. Seems okay. I mean, this is the one that had more stuff gathering on the idler. I think it's probably fading because it's darker where things were covering it. Yeah, it definitely has a farmer's tan. And I'm sure increased by the LED lighting in there. There we go. Another rail, last of the rails. Fasteners And this extrusion does not get reused. Okay, do you have an hour meter tracking? How many print hours? The only thing I have, and I could have checked before, and I should have, we'll have to wait until it's running again, but Mainsail has the history, so it should be able to tell me how long it has on it. Have you seen hot end socks decolorizing? Oh yeah, absolutely. Where did it go? I took it off here. It's in this pile. It's in this pile somewhere. The hot end from this was an extreme case of that. I'll find it and I'll show you. Okay, we're gonna need this as part of the build. Okay, new frame. Oh, here we go. This is very much so. Come on. Why am I having so much trouble with focus lately? There we go. Okay. Let's find our extrusions we're gonna need. I think right off, this is threaded on the ends, tapped in the center, so this is the rear center extrusion. This one is tapped on one end, so this is a rear vertical, which means we don't need it. We can reuse the other one. Say the focus is the first thing to go when we get old. It's not even a year-old camera, but I know what you mean. This one is tapped on one end, so this is probably, it's either the rear vertical or the bed. In either case, I don't need it. Between these two, it's one of those. Yeah, one of them slightly shorter than the other. No idea how I still have signal. The A6400 had settings that let you set narrow focus field, so it tries to focus whatever's right in the center, makes it easier to tell what you want to focus on. I need to go through the settings on my cameras. I really do. I need to take the time. Where do you order extrusions from? I ended up with an extra 350 frame from LDO when I first built this printer. This one is not tapped on either side, so I think this is the rear gantry extrusion, which we're gonna need. Put that there. And then this one is not tapped on either side. So what is that? This one's not tapped on either side, but I'm pretty sure that's the rear gantry. This one might be the X. This one might be X, which we'll need. Basically just the 470 millimeter extrusions. The bed sport is also 470. Yeah. Yep, I just have to find which one. The bed support won't be tapped on the ends. So this is a Y. This is one of just the outer extrusions. So we need 4 of these, or 3 more of these. So there's one in the back. This is the rear gantry. This is X. This is the one that's not tapped on either side. It has a hole in the center, which means this is the bed front, which we need. then we just need 2 more of these. Go right there, and right here. Yep. So these 4 on the back here are our 4 X extrusions on the corners of the frame. This one is the rear gantry extrusion between the A and B steppers. This one is the X extrusion. And this one is the bed frame front extrusion. And that's the 7 extrusions we need from here. And beyond that, everything else should just be able to stay there. So let's throw this away. Oh, I'll set that there. Where are we at? Only 2.5 hours. Less than 2.5 hours to take that whole thing apart. Hey, Printfest. Okay, let's have some room. What do I have? These are removed. Okay, these are the extrusions we removed. Now, I assembled this whole setup a little different than I've assembled printers. I don't remember if I covered this on the stream or not, but I assembled this with a washer behind every screw with the idea that it helps when you tighten it down. It helps keep the extrusion from rotating as you're tightening it down. I think for most of the frame, that's not necessarily useful, but I think it could be useful when you're tightening this Y extrusion down. So just to explain why they're there. Let's see. That's this guy. So let's just transfer all these. Oh, my snooze on my watch expired, so let's snooze it again. Oh, that's this one. Yeah, this is the bottom extrusion for rear X. That's the one with the hole, and it's the one that's tapped on both ends. There's another one that's the same length. It's the same length, has a hole in the middle, but it's not tapped on both ends, and that's the lower bed or the front bed frame. Colin, thanks for gifting the memberships. Okay, so what I am going to do is try to make this slightly more efficient. I'm gonna set all these here, and now I'm just gonna transfer all these screws. So that concludes the Steve Unbuilds portion of our show. Now let's get into the Steve Builds. Back to Steve Builds. Well, the black pieces inside the extrusions. Oh, those are extrusion inserts. I buy them from Open Builds, and they're there to keep debris from falling into the extrusion. That's all. I don't know if the ES15 would be more useful. 2504, what camera do you use? This camera is a Sony ZV-1 with an integrated lens, but the field of view tends to work well for overhead. This camera is the E10, Sony E10, and then this camera is a 6400. Let's see, do I have a large enough? Let's go ahead. Did you not use Loctite on those extrusions? Nope. Nope. Now, if I was redoing the one going to Murph, I might have thought about it, but I won't be putting Loctite on these either. Would you mind explaining again how those washers work? So the washer is just here as a intermediate surface to tighten against. It just helps keep the extrusion you're tightening. It helps keep the screw head. Let me see, can I explain this? Let me see if I can explain this better. I'll pull this one out. So in a blind joint, without the washer, this goes in here, and as you're tightening, it can try to creep along the inside of the extrusion here, depending on where there's more friction or not. With the washer in place, there's still enough room for it. It's a little more fiddly to install, but that washer locks onto the extrusion, and the head has consistent friction on the washer. Oh, there we go. Do you ever upgrade your camera firmware? I haven't looked to see. When I got them, I checked to see if there was newer stuff, but I haven't looked since. It'd be cool to get a video of my setup at some point, short guided tour. Sure, we can do that at some point. Maybe a member stream. That would be a good member stream content. It was spec on the 2.2 to use those washers or to use Loctite. Oh, okay. Okay, let's pull all these out, and I'll try to save these, but I'll probably end up recutting pieces of those. I may pre-insert these because I don't, oops. Yeah, let's pre-insert these. What do I want to do there? Actually, how well do these go in? Oh, they go in just fine. Okay, never mind. Yeah, those are going in by hand. Echo 2 Papa 2, welcome. It is going to be an interesting project. I'm very much looking forward to it. We're very much looking forward to using it. Is a Charlie Cam a Logitech C920? No, because I couldn't get two, because this is a Logitech C920 that I use for my little close-up shots, and I couldn't get two of these to work reliably on the computer. So the one pointing at Charlie is an Anchor from Amazon. Set all of those. Those are going in fine, so I'm not going to worry too much about making sure I get them all pre-done. I think I'll not worry about it really at all. There's some more of that. sunburn. That away, and these two. Hey, Sandy, welcome. Okay, rear, put these off to the side. We'll get our frame back to somewhat normal. I'm gonna move these for a second because I wanna wipe off my surface here and make sure I don't have any crap. Be right back. I got a bot watch for a few. No problem. Hopefully you've scared them off. Okay. Let's see. This is the outside. This is quite dirty though, so let's wipe things off. Okay, Steve, suggestion time. I'm almost done with my Voron 2.4 R2 and I have both a Trident and a V0 kit waiting for me. Which one should I do next? Well, either one. I'm really liking my V0s right now. Okay, do your Trident next. Do your Trident next. Give yourself some time for 0.2 to release, and maybe it'll be released by the time you're ready to build your V0. That's my official, educated suggestion. Just kind of get this cleaned up. Okay, one of these, yep, this one. That one is an M3, which put it right here, that spot. This one goes here, and that means I can just kind of place the other ones in their spots. So this one we'll just build the front first, like that. And I'm making sure, this is the fiddly part about these washers, is you want to make sure the washer is right up against the head of the screw. You do not want to accidentally capture the washer between the extrusions. You want to make sure it's in the slot, and it is a pain in the neck sometimes. There is not a changelog or anything for 0.2 yet. There should be none to very, very minimal non-printed parts changes. I'll say that much. Okay, there we go. I'm not tightening these down yet. I'm just snug. Okay. Do my normal. Now I can work towards tightening this down. That one. With the Tridex setup, can be more faster to print some pieces with better quality. Much more like island print, but with two tool heads. I think you would lose that benefit in the tool in the print head changes, and you can't print quite as fast due to the mass of things. Now, whether it's enough to really matter, I mean, compared to a single tool head, you're not going to be able to print as fast. Leo the Human, it looks like it will need extrusions for the top hat though. If you want to do an extrusion top hat, there's nothing stopping the original top hat from still functioning and working fine. It won't be required. The extrusions top hat won't be required. The music makes me think I'm in Minecraft. Let's do... Oh shoot, that is not what I wanted to do. That was kind of dumb. It twisted, so I'm gonna have to retighten that. But I'm gonna do this. Yeah, it's not required. There we go. Fiddly. Doing the washer is fiddly. See you, John. Okay, now I got to redo that. Redo the one I screwed up. So let's loosen these. Oh, here goes Charlie for round 3. There we go. Okay. Now we need to take, where is the vertical? Here we go. This is our vertical extrusion. John is helping with chat's engagement. Yes. This is gonna go right. Pull this screw out. Is there a bomb for Tridex? Yeah, if you go to the pinned post, there's a documentation with a bomb. How are you clamping that square? Just a little carpenter clamp? Is that what you mean? Okay, I'm gonna estimate the location on this. I'll make it square just in case I get it dead on the first try. Let's see, right about there. Tool changer on Trident next. I would like to do a tool changer, but I don't know what platform or whatever. Oh, what is it squaring against? Well, what I'm doing is taking this little square I got off Amazon and just clamping it to the extrusion here, and then I'm pressing the rest of the frame up against this, just so I make sure the this is flush along this surface, and then my granite or my quartz countertop is ensuring I'm flush on the other surface. MG20TX, thanks for becoming a member. what will happen to the pretty orange by 250 extrusion leftovers? I don't know what I'm gonna do with those. Now enough extrusions, Jared has dibs on enough of the extrusions to do a Tridex himself. Okay, so I'm gonna carefully, gently push this up. This is the rear, yep. So is this a Core XX with separate loops for Y? It's a modified Core XY for that, yes. Okay. I guess it's a modified core. Okay. Washers are fiddly. These washers are fiddly. There we are. Clamp this down. Core XX plus YY. Go. And one more extrusion. Diego, 1999, thank you. Greetings from Double T. Greetings. Haven't seen you on here in a while. How you been? Well. Okay. Sweet, it's square. At least it's square to my table here. Now we gotta measure this. Let's see if I can get see how close I am, just a quick. I'm at 225.5. Just a hair under 225. So I'm within like 0.2 or 0.3 millimeters of square. Let's, if I do this. Which way was, I just need to go 225 is where center is. I want it to be a little closer than this. So just a hair that way. That much that way. Just a hair more. This is also, these little fine adjustments is a good example where that washer helps, because as you're tightening it down, it doesn't tend to shift. I'm gonna call that good. Okay. Whew. Hardest part will be the little quips. You gotta hide your cursor too, or find something else to hide. Okay, here is our 350 by 250 frame. Yeah, we are looking good. Oh, I've got a little bit of gunk over here I didn't wipe off. Here. 350 by 250 frame. Trinity product, what colors did you make? We're going to stick with the same basic color theme, KVP Graphite Gray and Novamaker Silver. I'm not sure what LDO is going to end up doing for extrusion top hat. I think it would be smart for him to just do a separate little kit, just extrusions and stuff needed for the top hat. Okay, what can we do? What should we do next? Oh, I got some. Let's go to the GitHub and look at the instructions. Are the instructions ready for me to look at, Eddie? I guess they're out there. Yes, I've always just done what I can tighten with the screwdriver. Okay, let's go to the GitHub and check this out. We are in the documentation folder, and there is a bill of materials, so let's look at that. Items in bold are new items versus a stock Trident build. So core items would be the Trident kit, starting with a 250 by 250, which is basically what I did. Frame extrusions, you're gonna need the bold items are the new items. So we need these new frame extrusions, which I have. The smileys, YouTube has a bug in their chat. If you end your statement with a smiley in the wrong way, like you have to put an extra space there or something, it'll just delete the message and just send the emoji. Are 0.9 steppers worth it for a 300 by 300 by 400 switch wire? Or should I get higher torque 1.8? On a switch wire, I feel like 0.9s would be a little better for the increased Z resolution. But I don't know if it's that big of a deal. Refresh when you get back to the assembly manual PDFs, there's a new one. Oh, okay. Stealth burner kit, oh, Charlie wants in. Come on. Okay. Is YouTube real? Hey, 94. Front idlers. Anyway, here's a list of things we need. Let's go back. Is there a, you said there's a, oh, here's it is. Front idler assembly manual. Let's do it. I want to talk about Z resolution. Simple core is belt driven off a 20-tooth gear. What do you want to talk about? Okay. Front idler assembly.pdf. Let's start assembling them. Before I do that, I'm gonna put the feet on here. I'm gonna put the feet back on so I can set this down more easily. As long as I find all the fasteners that have been dropped. And so we are going to need a M3 there and an M3 here. just going to throw the feet on and then we'll play around with idlers and stuff. That way I have something to set this on besides the bare frame. Actually, it feels like way too low. How is the belted Trident mod? I haven't used any of the belted Trident mods. Why are you not threading? That's being oddly tough. Oh well. There we go. Okay, where does the next one go? Is that here? Hevort, ball screw Z, a lot of the stuff that the person who does Hevort does looks really cool. So happy you're doing the Tridex, Steve. This is a dream of mine to build. Oop. Thank you for alpha beta testing this for me. Yeah. This is, I would say this is release candidate. What do you think, Eddie? Are we at release candidate stage? Mirage C, yeah. Missed a lot of Steve's stream, lots going on here, but it was super cool to have. Oh, yeah, that was a pleasure. If I like I said, I wish Google had a live auto translate feature. It'd be a lot more fun to hang out in these other streams. Most of it is a release candidate. I hope to not touch any of the core parts, but the wipers will need more tweaking. Thankfully, those you can get swapped out without taking much off. Oh yeah. Why is this? I'll see you, Nathan. Where is the last foot? Oh, there it is. Okay, nut, no nut. Where are the nuts? There's one. How's the watch? Thinking I may upgrade sooner than I was expecting. I'm liking it. I have no complaints. It's been, I mean, mostly just been nice having some of the notifications that I was missing on the Garmin. I'm not going to go searching for the M5 hex nuts. I'm just going to grab new ones. Let's see, I can't shake this feeling that wipers will not do well with Riva stuff. Why not? I was starstruck. There's no reason to be starstruck. Just having fun. Where's Charlie hiding? Oh, right there. Just having fun. Okay, now I can set it somewhere without just setting it on the frame. So let's set this aside and grab the printed parts and stuff for the idlers. Everything's still going? We have music? Okay, good. I don't hear the music. Why not? Ah, because... There we go. That's what I was missing. Couldn't hear the music because it was set to my headphones. I had a 945 Garmin before. Okay, we have pieces. Oh, there's the 4 of those. And then these, this, and this, and this, I think. Is there a third piece on one side of these? Is that all of them? Okay. I think that's it. You think that the wipers will rub the Riva silicone ring and ruin it? Interesting. Does it stick up that far? Okay, so we have the printed parts. We're gonna need some heat sets. Let me grab my heat sets. And let's put the heat sets in right now. There we go. The right front idler is 3 pieces? Is it? I actually have a Tridex Easy Bank now, however I don't want to tie 2 projects together since buying the Easy Frame is fairly expensive. Yeah, the whole point, my whole thing here is using a standard Trident as the upgrade path. No, I think it's just 2 pieces each side. Okay, that is warmed up, so let's get some heat sets in here. That should be all of them. It's kind of easy. It's the larger hole gets the heat set. The left is 2 pieces, the right is 3. Is it still? Steve, I will have Veron check community mug V2 soon. Nice. I very much enjoy my current one. Okay, heat sets are in. Let's see. So these are nicely labeled. with left Y, left X, right X, and right Y. Two on left, three on right. What am I missing? How did I miss that? I might not be able to assemble both of them today then. It's not one of these, no. I have all my pieces in here. How did I miss that? Would I have put them somewhere else? Well, I get to assemble one half of it today. Yes, they were snapped together. Never mind. I got them. I got them. Two on one side, three on the other. Let's do a little bit of cleanup on the parts to make sure they mate together well. Although the top surface on these do look really good. Just a little flat file on the top surfaces. Okay. It doesn't take much. It's just the little bits that stick up. Okay. Back to the instructions. Heat sets and hex nuts. And then there is an assembly aid. This bolt is used to align components. I need longer bolts. I gotta figure out where I put the longer bolts that I know I have. I have longer bolts somewhere. I forgot to put those in my little project box. They should be right here somewhere. Somewhere close. Where, oh, where did those go? Nope. That must be these. Okay. So an M5 by 40 for an assembly aid. So let's grab those. Okay, let's go here, I guess. We want this piece. 5 by 40. And then we're gonna disassemble, because I'm gonna reuse my bearings from the old system. Can be M5 by 50. I forgot there's extras at this step. Can be either type. Might as well just let this all fall apart. And I want to clean these, just wipe any residue off of them. But I'm going to assume that they're going to be okay for build. We'll feel them, see how they feel. These all wiped off, and then just put it still runs smooth. Still runs smooth. So this, a shim, just a standard bearing stack, 1mm shim, 2 flange bearings, then another shim. And then the top goes on. Is that this one? That must be this one. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that in there, I think, for right now. No disassemble. Did you see Adam Savage's little short on the original Johnny 5, one of the models, one of the things? So what do we have here? We have one bearing stack, and then we'll put, is this the, which one is this? Which side is this? Is this X or Y? Is this right X? That seems like it's right X. No, it's not right X. Is that left X? That's left X. Yeah, that should be left X. Is that correct? Pull that through. Put that on there. I messed that up. See if I can save it. Nope, I can't save it. Left X, yep. If we're looking for documentation suggestions, I think labeling that accent part would be handy since it's labeled on the part itself. Oh, let's go back here. So that snaps in together there, and then left X goes on here, but I have to drop this out. Put that there, and then this one, there we go. I lost it again, but I'm going to try to recover it. There we go. Got it. There. Manual's already updated. Good. And then I need some M5 hex nuts. Then I'm just going to finger tight that. So that is left X is on there. Okay. And then an M3 by 30 is going to be the tension screw. Do you want a washer on these, or does the washer not really matter? Is it better to have a washer on this? Doesn't one head have full travel to the edges, typically leaving half of head's width still over the plate? 2 heads pressed together would give you 2.5. What? I don't know. be tight with the washer. It's a bit tight with the washer. Okay. I will leave it without right now. Just threaded a M3 by 30 in here. I don't think I want to thread that all the way in because I don't want to get in the way of the second. That probably shouldn't thread in all the way. I'll just leave it right like that. Remove assembly aid, remove the bulb, and slide the tension arm into place. Oh, and then right idler. Okay, so left idler is done. Now right idler. Always good to wash your parts. Hey Steve and already enjoyed, does this board have an adjustable secondary print head or does it rely on Z adjust between heads? I think it relies on individual Z offsets between heads. Okay, we have this and our assembly aid and our intermediate piece goes like that. Oh, and I need to take apart the other idler from the printer. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, there they go. Those can go over there. So clean the bearings. See how smooth they run. Just to confirm. Eat. Okay, so there, washer, bearing, bearing, washer. I'm glad people like the cat cam. Okay, and then oh, I'm in the wrong side. I'm in the wrong side. I went through the wrong, I'm in the wrong hole. I am going to not make continuing comments. Okay, so right like that. Let that, oh, nope, it shifted. These are fiddly no matter what you do. The pulley just slips in and the tensioners go on easily since you don't need to juggle the bearing stack. Oh, right. Yep. The idlers here though are just kind of, okay, that's there. So now this is right X, which should go like, yep, just like that. Oops. Oh, that seems wrong. I thought this was, is this right? Right, left, right. Right X seems off. I was right before, what do you mean? Am I upside down? Am I going the wrong side? It goes this way. You. I grabbed the wrong set, right? Bearing stack goes in the front of the idler, not the back. Okay. I'm getting myself twisted looking at the instructions, so I just got to go back. So this is the correct part. Oops. This is the correct part here. Bolt here. Let's build this again. I was holding it upside down, yep. That stays there, there, and then nope, 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 nope. This next. Then the bearing stack. Then this goes here, there, just like that. All right. I grabbed it here and I did that. That's okay. We will get this. That, 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 that. I will grab it on this side. And keep it pressure on that side. Now this is right X, which is right there. I'm gonna get my head in the way, sorry. Come on, there we go. Now we're correct, right? This is right, it's in the front. Yep, just a learning experience, it's all good. So now we have right and left. Idlers on the front. And just barely thread it in. Okay, so those two. Now we go back and do the easy part. So this is right idler. I just did that, didn't I? Yeah, okay. More pages. Charlie's sleeping. This is double check, make sure we're all good, which we just did. We got all that correct. Oh, and that's it? Do we not actually install the Y idlers yet? Do we save that to a later step? Do these go in the printer at this point, I guess is the question. I'm gonna need 2 more of these. We don't install the Y tensioners yet since those need access for belt installation later on in a future manual. Okay, so let's get these in the printer then. Put some fasteners away. This moved over here. Let's put them in the printer. We're gonna need these later. Just set them over here. Okay. So for this, we're gonna need a couple of different, we need new T-nut in the front here for this front. I think I can, will that go right there? Yep, okay. So T-nut for the front fastener on both sides. Hey, Nadir. And then we need 1 fewer in the top. So let's take that out. Okay, so we need one fewer here, so we can take one of these out. There's one. And there's two. And then this one will go over here. Yeah. So I want to probably loosen this just so I can get some flex in the whole thing. There. And that can go there. This can push down. And is that just is that a 16? That looks like an M5 by 16 for those. So an M5 by 16 going this way. And an M5 by 10 going down. Just like that. What's the color scheme on this going to be, Steve? It is going to be the orange, graphite, main, and silver accent. Same as it was before. I'm not changing I'm not doing a full reprint. I'm reusing as many parts as I can. What's your go-to soldering equipment? I have an older Weller WES 51. That's my go-to. It is right there. I've had that thing for many, many, many years. Many, many, many years. Okay. First parts are on. Everything lines up. Those went in well. We'll get everything lined up here. There we go. Those got moved. Okay. How do the tabs fit? They didn't snap in, but they pushed in just fine. I don't have any complaints on them. They seem to all be seated. Let me just loosen everything up and see where we're at. These two tool heads will run at the same clicky probe, yes. But I'm probably gonna use a Euclid on this. Yeah, everything's seated, Eddie, but I didn't really have to pay attention to whether it was seated or not. It just kind of seated. You didn't print out my Acromills heat set bin? It's dead to me. I don't store my heat sets. I guess I do store the heat sets over there. All my soldering stuff is over here though. I like the look of the pencil V2 as something to get started with a little more seriously than the cheapest 5-year-old stuff I found laying around. I haven't used a pencil. I have a TS100, but I always go to this because it's right here and ready to go. Hey, Cheetah Kid. Yeah, I didn't really have to think about it. The bottom screw just pulled it in and... Okay, what should be next? Should I start assembling the rear drives, Eddie? Is there any reason not to? Guess I can get a look at them. Let's go here. We have parts. Parts. Steppers. Drive modules, do it. Well, accent pieces with logos. I think that's all the, is that all the pieces for the drive modules? Oh, nope, that one. I think there is a drive module, left drive module manual. Yes. Morning, Steve. Is it a kit yet, or did you have to self-source? This is all self-sourced. Not a kit yet, but I guess stay tuned. Uh-oh, what happened? Let me refresh. No, that's the front idlers. Oh, it's because I loaded that page before, and you modified it in between. Yeah, the stream says it's unhappy right now. How are we? Okay, why end stop mounting? Both drive modules have similar end stop mounting. Use this step to mount Y end stops in both modules. I think I'm not gonna do that yet. I'm gonna take this apart and put the Y end stops. I'm just gonna put the assemblies together because what are we? 3.5 hours in? Probably be pretty close here. So Y end stops go in that piece. I had a cheap one for years. I'm back. What did I miss? We have new frame, Danny. New frame is all set up. Now we're building individual modules. Solder wire leads 1 meter plus to Y end stops, feeding the wires through the access holes in the bottom of each accent part. I'll have to figure out what this looks like and figure out if I want to put a connector in here or not. So I'm going to hold off on just the wiring, but we're going to do the assembly. First thing is I'm going to clean up a little bit of elephant's foot I got on these parts. So just scrape it with the side of my X-Acto knife here. Works pretty well. The other parts didn't get as much. These I printed on my V0, and I didn't have my Z offset quite right, but they'll be fine. Then I know I have a deburring tool here, a hole deburring tool here. Just with plastic, I find I gouge it when I try to do that more so than with the X-Acto knife. But for these round holes, I'm gonna do a quick cleanup with this. That and then scrape. And I'm not cutting, I have the blade actually angled away from my finger for one thing. I'm using the side of the blade to scrape. And I just do it at like a 45-degree angle. And it just cuts that edge. Just scrapes that edge down. So like I said, the blade is actually away from, I'm pulling it towards me, but the blade's actually away. And then just kind of use my fingernails to get the rest off. And okay, put this away and then grab where'd I put my file? And just clean these up real quick. A little extra screw hole hidden there. Not extra, but one to notice and pay attention to in the instructions. KB 3D themed Tridex, who's doing that? Okay, now we're ready to assemble. Would you be interested in building a VZ235 AWD? Are you talking to me? I'm always interested in building. I'm interested in building, and it doesn't always have to be Voron stuff. That's... Picking the color scheme is the hardest part of the Voron build. Luckily, I have Jared for that. Jared and my wife. That's where all my color schemes have come from and for the past year. I have no idea, I just want to see more green printers. Yeah, okay. let's go back to here. So this is the, trying to show the orientation for the switch, I think by the, yep, orientation chart. At the bottom of the drive mount have the 3 locating tabs. And then we have some M3x20s. And this is the left drive module. So I'm gonna need a stepper. The left drive module, which is this piece here. This must be the right. And then the left module here. Okay. Let's grab some M3x20s. And also my heat gun, because I notice I didn't get rid of all the ABS stress marks. Let me take care of that real quick. I don't know if we can see, you see the stress marks there? A little bit of from his heat gun and all gone. So here's a selfish, expensive suggestion. Build a Millennium Milo V1.5. What is that? I'll have to look that up later. I want to see how one of those goes together. Send me a link. There's another one. Get a look at that. Get through all those little whitish marks. If you have time, you can, after these come off the plate, you have to release them from the plate. But if you're getting ready to do another print and you're pre-soaking, set these on your 110 or whatever bed, and it'll do the same job. Just takes longer. Okay, that's the only ones we'll be able to see, if we can even see those. A CNC mill based off an open builds project, inspired by Voron. Oh, interesting. Well, I was gonna sneeze, but apparently not. Does the stress come from letting the plate cool, crack mine off hot, or move the plate to the bottom of the chamber? Well, it's just physical stress. I mean, if you take a piece of ABS filament and bend it, you'll see that white. So the action of it coming off or cooling down and coming off the plate is pulling on the plastic and creating that white look. Okay, we are going to follow the instructions with this. So we have a, what are we doing? Install the Y motors so the wires face the back of the printer. Okay, that's a tip on here. I hope you'd build a Fenrir Core XY. I am interested, Maker Viking. I am interested. Now Danelle, thanks for becoming a member. I had the impression that ABS ASA parts warp when I put them on the hot plate afterwards. You will probably see some warping because the hot, it's gonna warp up. But after it cools down, they usually cool down to a stable, whatever it was when it was done printing. It's not gonna cause a permanent warp by setting them on the build plate and getting rid of those lines or those stress marks. Okay, so we're gonna do this with the 3 M3x20s and then go next. So I want this one, and this one goes right here, and this goes right here, it looks like. So then in 3x20s, here, Delta Voron when? That one I can say never. Well, I won't say never, but not. Thanks for being a member for 6 months though. Do you take the parts off the bed while still hot? No, I usually I'll let it cool down and they self-release. Okay, so 3 screws, might as well zoom this one in. There we go. Sandwiching those parts. And then we'll need, these are 20 tooth pulleys, right, Eddie? Oh yeah, I have to grab new pulleys anyway. 20 tooth pulleys. 1, 2. If you put all hot parts, they'll stay warped more often, I found. Okay. You talked about Hevort earlier. I would love to see one of those. Is there a kit for it? Those are pretty expensive builds. He goes extreme on those. This from what my impression is anyway. I'll keep you updated on the progress of it. Finished splitting the parts for easier printing and doing some tweaks now. So getting closer and closer. Awesome. All 20 tooth, okay. Did you ever check out my Tic Tac printer build on printables? I don't recall, Squirrel Brain. If you message me, I'll check it out. Killer Prints, member for 6 months, awesome. Was hoping to see this build live. I need to add pulley installation step and alignment jig, but haven't yet. You can install the pulley with where you have it now and then tighten the pulley alignment as needed. Yeah, this is mostly a mock setup right now anyway. It's kind of just, it looks like that's probably about flush. Yeah, pulley alignment is about flush. So no delta because no one likes them or because no one knows. So the way that Voron works is everything is done following the wave of motivation for folks that are part of the project. If there was someone that had a passion for deltas in the project, then it might happen. But right now there just isn't anybody who is, well, I shouldn't say that, but I think Timit likes deltas. But it's all about what, because there's no real, it's just a group of hobbyists that are just having fun. So if it's interesting to somebody, then it could happen. But so far there hasn't been that indication. Okay, there. So are we on to the, that's that. So that was the right module I was working on? No. Left drive module, that's what I just did. It doesn't make sense. Left drive module is there. Do we now throw this in? Okay. No, is this left or right? Oh, it must, oh, this is the other piece, never mind. I get it. So now we grab this piece and we need M5x30s. I'm just gonna grab fresh ones. Charlie is awake. Oh, he went to another spot. We'll see if he settles. See if he settles anywhere. So these two go here, and then this one goes like that and probably snaps onto probably snaps onto things if I didn't have elephant's foot. So let's make sure I'm clear of all of that. Oops. Just clearing out. What's the best way to share the link with you, Steve? Are you on Discord? Are you on Discord? That would probably be the easiest. You can also email it to me if you want. My email's on the channel in the about. Okay, let's try this again. I don't know if it's my settings or what, but that one in this back corner is a little tight. Could be my settings though. See ya, Alex. Okay. I need the modules from, where did I put those? I'm gonna reuse these bearings. Hi, Charlie. There we go. One set. I'll double check it for the next time. I may have forgotten a chamfer or something. Yeah, it pressed together, so it could just be my settings, but worth checking. Okay, let me let Charlie out. Okay. Go through these and wipe them all off. Also printed those on 2 separate printers. I did. I printed the accent pieces on my V0.2. And the other pieces were on this printer before I took it apart. This is going to be a little tedious waiting for me to clean these, but I need to just at least wipe them off. I did have issues initially when I printed access on my V0. I had calibrated it, so I think it's at least close. I printed the silver, the idler accent pieces on it as well. Is this going to have dual stealth printers? It will. What time are we at? 4 hours. We are almost done. Panels are done on my Trident. Think again, Steve. Now to get it ready to start printing. Awesome. Just wiping these off. Stream went unhappy again. Yeah. I think I probably just have the bitrate set too high. Okay, those are all done. Now I just want to do a quick check to see if any of them got rough. Nope, they're... I need fiber out here. I need fiber to my house. My max upload I can get is 30 meg. So that's what I work with. And it was 10 when I started streaming. They say they have a 50 meg service, but the rep I talked to said it's not available for me. Okay, idler stack. So this is just our standard dual on this side. 2 washers. Another set of bearings. And a washer. And then 1 on this side. So 1 bearing, bearing, and washer. Then I imagine the next step is put all this on top of there and then tighten it down. That goes there and there. And then that can go like that. And they're threaded, modeled in threads for these M5s, just like on the V2 and Trident. So you just tighten it down to touching. No torque. Cool. And a nice little guide for the Y end stop wire. I can still put that Y end stop in there at this point, really easy. That shouldn't be too hard to get that wire through there. Cool. $30 should be more than enough. Yeah, and I tested a full 30 every time I test it too, but there's 2.5 5G fiber optics available locally. Yeah, I have nothing here. Why do Vorons use the idler stacks instead of pulleys? The idler stacks are more space efficient and you have larger bearings in there. So as long as your belts are all lined up and you don't have rubbing, then they should last longer because the bearings inside of these are much larger than the bearings inside of these. And these are a lot taller than a bearing stack. Have you used the Hall effect for the Trident before, Steve? Yes, my purple Trident uses Hall effect. I have Hall effect sensors on 3. For XY, I have Hall effect sensors on 3 of the printers. Okay. Don't over tighten. Yes, the M5 bolts are threaded directly into plastic, just touching. I think Charlie wants back in. Yeah? Okay, Now we have a left drive module, and it's going to get an upside down pulley. And I'm not going to worry about, oh, well, that's interesting. That's a 1/4 inch. That's a 1/4 inch pulley for some reason. Oops. Did I miss anything? This is correct. And where does that go? We're not going to worry about where it goes. We're just going to put it on there. I'll line them up later. So not tight, just where it doesn't move around. And then this goes to the back. And is it in 3x30s? Yep. Going on. There we go. So the better question is, if you have 3 that use Hall effects, you recommend it set up that way. I think it's 6 of one, half dozen another. The only problem I've had with Hall effect is when I first set it up, if I set it up with the printer cold, then sometimes I have to readjust it to where it still triggers at the right spot when it's hot. Other than that, my very first Voron I built has Hall effect sensors and it's still running and working fine. The safe answer though is micro switches are fine. Okay. Left drive module done? Done-ish? There's one. Assembly tip. Partially loosen the screws to make installation of drive modules into frame easier. Yes. That was the case with all the Vorons, or the V2 and the Trident. Loosening these screws makes it easier to snap these over the frame pieces. More pages. And we got the right drive module. Y. And then this piece there. And then this piece here. And then some. In 3x30s. Oh, that doesn't sound right. In 3x20s. That's. And then this is just a little, I might as well get it close. So this is a little under flush. So make that flush. I heard it was nearly impossible to get some replacement parts for what? Okay. Back here. And And then more end stops, but we're not going to put those on yet. This will go on here, and I need to fix some elephant foot. Like I said, this is probably just elephant's foot, but when do we start seeing some closed loop builds? I don't know. That's a good question. Oops, missed a spot. I wanted to clean this up. Okay, now will that fit? Will that fit a little better on here? Yeah, it can be pressed into place. Okay, so that's there. And then the bearing stacks. Here and here. We do washer, washer, bearing, 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 bearing. One washer there and two washers here. And the last two bearings and a washer. And then this would go right. Oh, that. Right like that. And this can hold on right there. Now that I built one Voron, I want to build another one. This is the way. Yes, this is the way. Okay. And then that is don't over tighten them. And then the same thing is yeah, barely put them on there. And then the M3x30s to hold it on. Steve, so I came late and you might have already answered this, but is there a benefit to a Trident IDEX over a regular Trident with an enraged rabbit carrot feeder? Well, if you're gonna run an enraged rabbit carrot feeder, and if you're not very comfortable with things, I would not add a IDEX setup to the equation. The advantage of an IDEX over any single nozzle like Y splitter of some sort, even if it's a fancy Y splitter like a MMU2 or a ERCF, the advantage to an IDEX is true multi-material, and you're not contaminating the other material through the same nozzle. The disadvantage is you're limited to two. Is that a new Tridex design with a 3-piece for the AB? I'm not sure what's come before this, but these are the two drive modules now. want to build a V0.2, but that would take me to 3, which I think puts me over the printer to sewing machine equality limit. I just found out about last night. Well, it just means you need to buy a sewing machine and a printer, right? It's an easy answer, I think. Okay. I think I am still live, just barely, DJ Natty. I was actually looking at, looking to sign off. So I don't know, I think I want to put the YN stops in here before I bolt these into the printer. I think them being assembled is a good point, good stopping point. Looking good. The 4-piece design like that has stayed fairly constant for the last 8 months. Just some additional refinement in the last month. Yep. And they went together well. I don't have any complaints. I like the, where is the, is there enough room there for the Y end stop wires? It's the only concern I might have. Is there a way to hog that out right there? To let them come out like through there, unless I'm not seeing something. Because that's a little, seems like it might be a little tight through there. Let's see what this one, is it the same thing? Oh, there's a little bit, I can see that. Can that be any bigger? It might be enough, as it is. Yeah. I see that now. Cool. Let's see here. Ah. Yep. There we go. It's hidden when you put the X motor on. I may make it a bit wider of a channel if you're using, say, silicone wires. Might be useful. I'm going to use PTFE, so there's no reason to change them, for me to change them. This is going to go on there like that. And I've got to put another, I got to rearrange the things in there, so the T-nuts. Yeah, this is looking good. This is feeling pretty good, Eddie. The recommendation is to use 24 gauge PTFE wire for the YN stop. Yeah, and that's what I use for just about everything but heater wires. So I missed during the stream, it's Steve Builds, what the gray filament you were using there. It's KVP Graphite ABS. Now, I also have some other stuff that I want to try. I bought some of this stuff, which is the 3D Print Life. Where? 3D Print Life dark gray, I was hoping is a good replacement for it. I hear it's just slightly lighter. Kind of hard to see, but. And I haven't printed with this stuff yet. I bought a selection of stuff at the 4-spool discount rate. I'd say that printer looks wide now. It is wide, but at least it still fits well depth-wise on my desks. A 350 ends up being a little too big. Fusion Silver? Yeah, I do. I need to get some of that. The thorium silver. Oh, Charlie's back in his spot, so we'll make sure he's there at the end. So I think we're gonna call it. I think this is a good, we made a ton of progress today, completely disassembled my very functional, very productive printer. And now we've rebuilt it into a 350 wide by 250 deep frame. And we've actually got four of the major sub-assemblies that's different about Tridex assembled. So whether we do this next weekend or not will depend on if I get the panels in or not. So if I get panels, then we can continue on the build. If not, then we'll find something else to work on. So Paramount has graphite gray. I haven't tried it or seen it. Brought to you by Mike Tyson. So thanks for being here. Thank you, Eddie. This is going to be a fun build. It has been. This is going together well. So I'm looking forward to the rest of it. Thanks for being here. Tons of new members and member gifts today. So gifted memberships today. So appreciate it. Anybody who's a new member, go check out yesterday's stream on the 3D sets, and we'll see you in next month's member stream. So, Science Sniper, how many Voron printers do you have? I think 14, but I'm not sure. So, have a good rest of your weekends, and we'll see you next time. Bye.